Doesn't move. Expand. Okay. Let's check what's the plug your way into this, without changing to water zone. Would be what I forgot to do. Look into my database searches. Systems this chunky. Doesn't get quite as bad as when I loaded everything into memory, but it is still pretty bad. I can put like an explanation bit too. Just be a threaded operation to get through stuff. It's okay. Maybe I'll do that. The clever little rays. Those pearls to the guy down. Okay. Oh, clever. Put a pellet. Super. That's good. Step away there. Play that good. Stuff to the. Let's see. S- If they made a button, let's just match the lowest price. So what? For everybody. But so should start making a list of things that I actually so I guess. Someone assuming there's a 30% chance to receive DOL damage. So. Drop this. Tactic is not super great for him. This is something. 10% more of this. It's 20. So still less. This way out. Already my lowest by a little bit. Drop it 40 more. Increase the other one to a bit. Yeah. Do this thing. I'm not picking me up. What the hell's going on? Grab this Alpha Nose and Garlemald. Evidence Xenos might still be alive. Is this a joke? No, what I saw, right? We all saw it. Who's this Stones thing? It was him. It was Xenos. Great big hole in his neck. Gilded halls. Brings you to the reach. Blah, blah, blah. Suppose we have to. And there are no curious eyes about if we can manage it. Xenos is buried up at Bloodhow, the Locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so as not to upset the locals. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Naga, you're in charge until I get back. Done. Saw this map undiscovered. The bank. Hopper's load. Oh. Million. It's probably Dave. This is on top of it. This is it. Gods, who better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off. Thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied. Then we are presented with but one course of action. We had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin?
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
Merkin? There's no corpse. Then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphino's theory of Ascian possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Ascian is walking around in Xenos' body? Seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Xenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Raubahn needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Ralger's Reach. Don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we were due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones, then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Urianger over Link Pearl and gave him a full report. Y'shtola is on her way, and should be here any... Ah. I was saying, Fluffy, it is good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhabits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Fluffy? Alphino had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold, in the shadowy web of the Paragons. Like as not. Paragons. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there were something I could do for him besides pray. Meanwhile, I don't want to hear about it. We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead, and the right beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan. Every party behaving exactly as required. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. What are you doing fiddling with that, though? Asked you a question, soldier. Am I supposed to recognize this guy? What are you? Have you lost your mind? Ah! I've lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final bow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins, embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. Sounds like... what's his face? Zoom. Cycle. It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for word from Alphinaud. Don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on. Should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new primal especially. I'll put the kettle on then. That table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. Upon sitting at the table, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Sure. Interesting. So this Tsukuyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susanoo, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods, or kami, reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalogue of such relics. But if we are to contain the threat, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can on the subject. Fine idea. And I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which could help to prevent further summoning in the region. I will pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Heon will wish to welcome our resident expert on aetherology. Greetings. Could it be that I'm in time for tea? It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. Certainly looks like carrots, not tea. And like wine bottles. Guess this could be tea. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhouse gravekeepers. They all told much the same story. Once Lisa and her officers had confirmed Xenos dead, his corpse was interred under strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point. But when I mentioned the defacement of Xenos' grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamegan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scrawl was removed as per Lisa's instruction, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. By that stage, 'tis like that the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not in fact risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed impostor, or an Ascian has taken up residence within it. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by impersonation, however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an Ascian, and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alphino and Garlemald? Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Well, on the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft, I forget what L is, like 50 maybe? Should make this like 72 or something. I don't know what the dash. Mr. Alphino, we are making good speed towards our destination. Sought a miss. My, 'tis just nigh. I can see naught from my cabin, and was curious to know the land over which we flew. Ah, I'm afraid our military craft was built with little thought for such niceties. I'm happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Othar. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but malms upon malms of lifeless earth. I read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. It is believed that a succession of icon summonings was responsible. When Emperor Solus first came to Othar and beheld this blight, he said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Dun, dun. Report. We're under attack, sir. Magitech armor. No visible designation. Magitech. But who? Ah. All cannons return fire. Damage report. Main reactor's been hit. Helm's unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it, they knew exactly where to hit us. All hands, brace for impact. Glad to have you back, Master Alphino. We've landed in one piece, more or less. The air filtration system is damaged, and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we still can. Aye, aye. Interesting. So this Tsukuyomi was summoned in much the same manner. Wait. But Found it. Not here. Not like this. Emperor's name. Names of our enemies. Introductions can wait. Calm in a crisis, Master Alphino. Let's finish this then. Nice. This is fun. Whoa. Thanks for intervention. Most time. Hello. Well, did not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a sign. You know of me, sir. I have some small history with your order. But I would speak of the present. Know you your assailants, and the severity of your predicament. The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard. I could venture a guess as to their motive. But you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. May not tell us who you are. Our names are not yours for the asking. For our purpose, let this be your answer. It is ours to ask, and just don't want to give it. That's fine. face of our prey. Must wait before more arrive. Come with us or stay. Make your choice now. Manage the one track out of the capital. You would no doubt be greeted by them. Let's go. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer. Shadow Hunter will suffice for the present. So edgy. Daddy tells me to come. Come on. It is intolerable. As much as I wish it were otherwise, there's nothing you can do for Alphino now but pray for his success. Well, that is not entirely true. While your brother journeys to Garlemald from the east, I could make my way there from Alamigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alice. Provinces are hostile territory, and stealth is all important. It is safer that I go alone. You sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. I'll go with I'm sneaky. Exactly would that be any better? No, I just want to go on an adventure. Let's refuse your company as well, my friend. Formidable though you are, the success of my mission depends on moving unnoticed. Unless you forget, you have grown rather famous. I trust you understand. Fine, just promise you'll be careful. Seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all. But I will stay behind, as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happens to involve a silver tongue and soft souls. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Aldernite vessel to bear me thither. I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area, Volhain. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alphino to share. Now I can ponder. Oh, Fluffy. I'm here to hoping for news. I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything exactly as it was. Y'shtola is still investigating primals in the Far East, Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alphino is still out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report. nor does he respond to calls. And all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. You have a message? I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matters of Ascian interference. They humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamegan resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Ascian involvement, and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your Order's counsel would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us, by which I mean I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. Of course. There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. From time and date, the meeting will be shared in due course. But I can confirm that the council will take place at our meeting. Really? I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than the nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thanks. What's going on now? Alright, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear right, Wheel? Stankin coming back? Aye, that he is. It says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, couldn't risk sharing the particulars, in case the Imperials were listening in. So he said he'd head back, as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Alamegan quarter. Understood. Fluffy and I will go. We're banned for Alamigo anyways. There's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off. Sister Act? You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through Imperial territory is thirsty work.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamegan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding in there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with, no. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Preparations for the council. We must act swiftly before Alphane's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hian a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. Sound plan. Y'shtola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the Council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. First, I do my dailies over here. Shano sent you to help with moving the goods, did she? Well, the help's certainly welcome. Got plenty of packages, but too few hands to carry them. I forgot. I don't read daily quests. Urier? It's just that I'll drop it after 2 minutes. Probably. That is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Bow. Well, well, two faces from the dim and distant past. Local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now, he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy, and eerily reminiscent of the de-aspected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. It would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Well, indeed. But on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think, the sight of a Mikote, with a peculiar contraption upon her head, has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So the fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner. Yotsuyu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Alphino? I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Y'shtola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Say puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Keen Khan. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Greetings, my friend. Alice has explained all to me. Needless to say, She'll have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphino's trail does lead to the burn of all places. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land, teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphino might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies on the route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alice. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distances involved, it is best we went by bird. Fluffy and I have our yoles. Yugiri, will you ready falcons for the others? Shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce there is an overlook. Pray, join us there once you have seen to your preparations. Everyone is here and possessed of a bird. Let us away. Our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for 100 malms in all directions. Take care, do not lose your way. Huh. What do I do while waiting? Bum, bum, bum. Load server. Why is this taking so long to load? What's that? Yeah. Computer. Overwhelmed in some way. Maybe it's spiked. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Everything's up to date. Single thing. If I do this, I'm gonna leave the cube. Shouldn't bother. And there's no way that's actually selling for 20 million. Definitely a gold buy. Right? Bronze up one. Why isn't it so massive? I don't know. First off, don't want. It's kind of annoying. This is. Let's go elsewhere. It's better. Okay. First thing I want to do is go in here. GPT can do it for me. So transactions. List. Oh. What's the medium for? Six. Understand. Zeros. Database just being emptied. Oh, it's not that it's zero, it's not the name. Hmm. Mm. Oh, goodness, game. Curving out, looking at some random lady's upskirt. Let's even look at this. Green Efreet. I was not expecting that to be the one that pops first, but pull people in here by queuing up for it. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, there's a nail to fight. Current Wind is an ability exclusive to Extreme Mode that is cast specifically at healers, assuming they're alive. Hellfire is used at 3 points during battle, excluding the fourth and final Hellfire, which is used to wipe the raid. With each one, a Radiant Plume will be cast over the entire arena, leaving 2 small safe spots or taking a block as missing with each new Hellfire. Use the cycle each Radiant Plume first to an additional copy of each food factor. Difficulties. Hellfire and a far more difficult to destroy on the previous difficulty destroying now causing an infernal surge, inflicting unit-wide damage, flying and unavoidable debuff. Reduces damage taken for a short period. Due to this change, nails should be taken down individually. Its difficulties and formulas will be same method for this help. So 7 and 13. Which is a worthwhile target for level 3. Interesting. Infernal Fetters during the second phase typically decrease the off tank, which increases damage taken, deals damage over time, and decreases damage. So the players and opponents may fight. These elements first to enter the effect phase due to each new phase being a DPS check and need to tank swaps. No. Clockwise is hard, apparently. What the fuck is that? Searing it. So Billy says exclusive to each one, cast specifically at healers this I think we're going to be able to recover. I'm not going to be the one that doesn't accept the res. Yeah. Scary. Why are we spread out again? Explode. Much better. Yeah. Yes. So much better. God. Damn. Yes. A good time for jump. Business. We did it. Ifrit was reborn with the strength of 1,000 raging infernos, and yet you vanquished him. I offer you naught but praise, bringer. Ever prepared for confrontation. Good. Those instincts serve us as well as they serve you. What meaning hides within this constant pursuit of ever greater strength? Have you paused to dwell on its significance? However you might choose to justify your actions, it seems you have tested the very limits of these three primal avatars. Again, such furious response. Did we not make ourselves clear? As amusing as such might prove, we do not come to trade blows with you. This meeting is at an end. We must thank you for a most enlightening display. Much the destiny we seek draws closer, ever closer. How much longer can you stem the tide of darkness, bringer of light? How well will you fare against the next god to reawaken? Let's turn to this quest before I get back to programming. So the Infernal Primal has returned, after all. It is well that you set out prepared for the worst. Come now, Fluffy. You must describe your epic encounter in detail that we might revise our tactics for future engagements. Any information could prove useful. This is an ominous relic. While the Amalja are known for their barbaric trinkets, I sense something is different about this one. I see, so it is the third such object you have discovered within the domain of a primal. It certainly seems feasible that it played a role in Ifrit's enhanced volatility. Return with your trophy to the Waking Sands, and pray bid Orianger to continue his investigations. Our eternal gratitude to you both. Report from the immortal flames hath flown before thee. Dost thou return once more bearing a curious tool of ritual magics? Verily. Try using words like him. Ah yes, it doth make most closely resemble the others in form, and I dare say in function. The bone is, of course, Amalja in origin. The servants of darkness revealed themselves to thee. I am put in mind of Archon Louisoix's words, yet ever shall primal desires burn. For burn they shall, with the Ascians ever toiling to stoke the fires. We are fortunate. Their careless taunting hath provided us with certainty, where before there existed only conjecture. It is unfortunate, however, that thy actions serve the Ascians' purposes so well. Whenever thou slayest our primal foes, the beastmen seek to raise ever more ferocious gods, and now, it seems, their ceaseless ambitions are answered only by living sacrifice. Each ritual object thou didst recover is a manner of focus, a tool fashioned from the bones of a willing worshipper. These foci contained the vast etheric power generated by the fervent prayers of a beastman zealot in the moment of his death. This power was then poured into each primal during the rite of summoning, thus giving rise to the augmented avatar thou didst engage. To free us from the threat of the primals in truth, we must needs discover and escape from this endlessly escalating cycle of conflict. Such an answer will not, I fear, be readily attainable. So, as long as understanding eludes us, there is no recourse but to continue with the slaying of primals. The ether they invariably hoard must be released back into the land. As the beastmen deities wax ever more potent, it is a sad necessity that the nurturing of thine own strength cannot be ignored, an action that thou must take, even though it doth quicken the plans of the paragons. One of the paths to inexorable might hath ever been the pursuit of sturdy arms and armor, and in that endeavor I may be able to assist thee. Art to weather these constant clashes against ever more potent powers, then thou must perforce arm thyself with extraordinary weapons. I have concluded negotiations with one Rowena, a merchant who doth abide at Revenant's Toll. In exchange for the ritual objects thou hast collected, she hath promised to provide thee with a selection from her stock of unique armaments. Would she consent to purchase these unsavory trophies? It is a simple question of infamy. Certain of her clientele are like to salivate at the very thought of possessing such forbidden items. There are few who can lay claim to the ownership of a ritual tool employed in the summoning of a primal. There is no cause for alarm. Any power the objects once held has long since been surrendered to the summoned deities. Unless thou worry on my account, I have gleaned from them what wisdom we require. I return to thee thy hard-won prizes. Hie thee to Revenant's Toll in Mordona and see them swiftly into Rowena's hands. Okay. Greetings, Venture. So you're the one as hopes to trade some primal curiosities, are you? Ariaja has guaranteed their authenticity, so why don't you let old Rowena here have a look at these ritual objects of yours? Rowena, you and I go way back. You don't trust me? Carved from beastman bones, just like he described. Well, I'd be lying if I said these trinkets didn't make my skin crawl like a dire mite in my undergarments. In case you misunderstood, that's an expression of high praise, lad. My customers will be gutting each other in the streets for a chance to purchase your trophies. Show them to Lorena, an acquisitions officer, and she'll walk you through the transaction. God damn you, Rowena. You promised me a life of excitement in the exotic land of Mordona, and here I am stocking your shelves like a trained doppel. May I help you, sir? Here's some bag of bones. Come on, the 7 unholy hells are those gruesome things? Beastmen ritual tools? You adventurers in your penchant for stowing the most disgusting souvenirs in your packs. Ugh, that goes twice for Rowena for wanting to stock the stuff, and thrice for her addled customers for begging to buy it. But that's neither here nor there. Whatever it is that drives you folk also fills my purse with coin. Now, were you seeking to trade for aught in particular? Ah, the special weapons we deal in, is it? Here, take a few of these tokens, and you'll be able to exchange them for any arms you fancy. If you're one of those completionist types, then you'll no doubt want an entire armory of the things. Just bring me another set of those stomach-churning ritual tools, and I'll see you rewarded with more tokens. Best hop to it. You? So, a little I had one of these. It was cool enough. But okay. Let's get this. Yes. Great. Right. Okay, so to this. So I guess I want to make this its own. Get a class. File bb cleaner js. bb cleaner is constructed. Yeah, can you just not distract? Oh, yeah. I'm not exporting it. Such columns. Listing ID. The burn.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
We are to the burn.
Everyone, land where you can! We must wait out the storm!
Kulkulkan. Reached. No. Habited. Gonna eat me. Check. You go. Next out me. See this. I'm sure I was in a hole, but whatever. Oh, it's stuff like junk. Junk from the junk. So
Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I'm quite ready to leave this wasteland. But first things first. Do you see the crashed ship over yonder? Judging by its class, it must be the vessel that bore Master Alphinaud away.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
There's no sign of Alphinaud, nor of Maxima and his people.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard. Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphinaud is his prisoner?
Did play that cutscene.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphinaud is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphinaud is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Back and go. Thinking this. Dum, 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 dum. Eh. There's still things with name values. Classical Secutors Lorca has a Nan profit. The flip. Different things with name values, so maybe that's. Is it putting in more things with name values? Is that the issue? Potential profits. For each of their file listings. Item listings. Yeah. That's for unit. That's for unit time. Honestly, this didn't end up doing anything. Never. Let me take these for each one. Price per unit. Alright, so price per unit, which is a thing. Oh my. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Lost myself. Home item, recent history. A lot of empty things. Don't end up using this median anymore. Fine, so don't do anything with this. Right. For each home price. Profit plus home price. This tax rate minus listing price. We add in this onto just see how that's doing. Greater than 0. So a lot of things greater than 0. Okay. Listings for each other listing. Other listing. Listing ID not equals item listing. Listing ID. Listings. This filter and item listing. What? Selections and listings. Listings doesn't have selections. Right. Selections has a list. So just put in these things instead of call that days. Last review time. Price per unit. Quantity. ID. This thing. Did I ever change anything on this? There's anything on this? What's the first thing it has to do? Yeah. Lowest profit. Okay. Alright. So now we'll come in here. For each valid listing. Recent home prices. Median. Home value greater than median times time. Don't do stuff. Advanced min history. Dot min. Right. Math. Dot min. Dot. I don't know if that's gonna work. Let's see. Let's do. I have no idea if that's remotely legal syntax. Don't throw up any errors. So log. So log history. System. Yeah. Objects. In in JavaScript. Items dot reduce. Right. History. In. So I'm just gonna just copy this whole thing. Item first payment less than min. First payment. Min. Didn't like that. Items was not defined. Oh, history. Great. It's working well enough. Value divided by history is greater than 1,000. It's 1,000 times. Great. Greater 10 times the median. Weird ass results show up. Oh, insane. Set this one aside. Oh, copy and copy. If it's the same thing. And I I hope that's not value. Value. Screen. This is something. Checked 0. I don't think this is it. Pretty sure. Sometimes it's returning nothing, which I guess is expected. I don't know. This answer filter. It's the same quality. It's filtered. Map entry to entry unit. Eagle screeching. It's my ping pong game still chunky. Yes. Okay. Okay, too long. Let me see what this is. Let's see, ChatGPT. good work here. I'll actually have to think about HTML. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. You do, Chat GPT. How did you do this? You did horrible. What's even? Yeah. Okay. Reading down. What am I going to? Stick paw. I did that instead of just calling it ping pong. Stick paw. What's going on with the freaking interesting. Where's my timer number? Something's still console open. Do It's changing here. Interesting. Parallel timelines affecting each other. Anyway. Some visuals of this shit changing. It's just that. Just slowing it down so helps it. But do. Understand what's happening here. How does it work? Browser, but not in Streamlabs. Back. Put that over there. Do Notepad plus plus. Let's change it. Display flux. Justify content set. Align item center. Height. 100 volts. Yeah, center. Position relative. Background color. Scores. Has font size. Has margin. Relative. Left. Hits. Has font size. It's relative. 20% margin, 100% width. Stick command, monospace, free white space, save font, absolute drifting text, forwards, fade out, 2 seconds, linear forwards, same keyframes, same sec. Grid container. Grid. Yes, yes, all that's the same. Text align set. Okay, so now we got this same structure. Stick man is the same. All of these same things are in it. Text first. Skipping and skipping on next. Read response JSON. Current. Why are these the same? What the hell? It's just literally comparing the same things. Copy the things in it. Yeah, okay. Back to the top. So first. The phase stuff is where it's definitely different. Yeah. Definitely different. Container center relative container Okay. Thing tags. That stuff's the same. Display grid. That's the same. Two. Actually, I know what I'm doing with these. It's okay. Memories. Understanding. Who needs it? So, no longer have this -1 situation. The interval up here instead. They wanted it down there. It's fine, I guess. Let's check. Seems reasonable to me. Base 16. Wait. It's creeping me out to be down there. Oh. AMD has something to say. Name's AMD and I got something to say. Something. Right, so if it's a different phase, then update these things. And update display. Down here, what do I call update display? Demo table? Oh, so they really changed something. What did they do? That way. Interesting. This is probably what the issue is. So I'm calling ping pong. calls ping pong the second time. Don't think I do call ping pong the second time. That seems wrong. Is it part of update display? No. Oh, it is Picnic's ping pong. Which calls ping pong. Now, first time it will do ping pong as a first timer. And those are the first things that happen after this. After the inits or whatever. So it comes in here. Gets the current state of ping pong. It's still weird that it works in the browser, but not in the Streamlabs. But anyways, does this stuff. Then we set the times, which is doing ping pong instead of update display. So the picnic ping pong thing is kind of jank as hell. So they are calling picnics. Talking about myself in the third person. Whatever. Calling ping pong after instead of Is that the elevation? It's also not loading stuff. Segment. It's so if it is the same phase, then that phase is 16. Call this. It's the first of long. It's the second. It should be. Fishing. So, reboot it. Okay. Nope. Something. Just getting the score. It's app. What? What? Oh. Still work. Hmm. Yeah, okay. Uh, six. Get import. If there's greater 0, 1 equal. That. Just shit refresh. What's that? Oh, sad, I would say. Let's refresh. If I destroy your whole family, then will you refresh? Why? Bingo. Here. It. The scores up there. So what? Eh. Eh. What's happening? Um, broken. on both so I can debug it. Oh, custom CSS was on. Okay. Wait. It's weird that resulted in issues similar to issue that already existed. Dear child. Where's the scripture? Okay. Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you? I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing. It would seem duty calls, for an emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least, none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then. Gods.
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail? Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Dorma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varus's blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varus's orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a Dorman citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of Chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lys, you have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lys. Even if it was on official business, I had hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped to save. But I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say, and soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meeting, then. Fluffy, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go. In private. Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuro and the others in the meantime. Great. I'll wait for you at the docks. bum. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. Alice, she's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. Alice, the Alice I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's all she deals. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. The thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papalymo. Now I have my friends in the Resistance, and Alice has you in the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't. And I'm sure you won't. She's a good friend. When I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Leave it to me. Thank you, Luffy. Goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Ala Mhigo. Driving a boat down the street. Driving a boat, driving down the street. To see if any other things happen. Who's that guy? Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. "'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Tsunosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual, but something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Aziz La. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Aziz La was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrias-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
Observant.
But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the Burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the Burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
A curious question. Besides Aziz La, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
It is settled then. We'll journey to the Azim Steppe with the Scions. Ugir and Hakur. I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I'm no aetherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to this mission. More importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the Burn warrant attention. And so, while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections. Have care in the burn. Care in the steppe. From what I hear, the Zayla like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Just the three of us then. Very well. Shall we make first for reunion? So this is the Azim Steppe. Tales do not do it justice. I think the view is impressive here. Wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizla and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizla up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
Here we shall travel to Mol Yol. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth, and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Moshi mosh. Ian, Fluffy, I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There is a matter I would discuss with the mole. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. Shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul. And you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried, this northern crag? If that is your wish, in the mountains to the north, there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe, you will find what you seek. Ah, yes, I know the place. 'Tis a brisk walk from here. What are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, you may then consider how best to earn their blessing. Thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, his decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. Bum, 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 bum. It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray, lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allagan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Found that which you seek, then? Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If not, less will suffice to protect our lands. The blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribes should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dotharo. Their consent shall be the key. The Dotharo least spoke of them, a warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. Since their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, it will be well worth the effort. The Dotharo fear nothing, death least of all. Our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dotharo Ka and treat with their Kutun, Sadhu. Directly over the other Aether crystal. You again. Other matters demand our time, Kaga. As it is a battle you seek? Alas, not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Dotharo, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who will defile it. Though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then. You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power, to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppe to fight the men of in iron, I would have something in return. Namely battle. with you, Kagan. The Nadam ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dotharl as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Khatun has made her choice. Shall we dance? Ha! It shall be a battle the steppes shall not soon forget. Ah, already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Kaga, and await me outside the car. I will gather my witnesses and join you in arms. Down to level 70.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Hahn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dothal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest.
Gotta beat up this chick again.
We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed, it's what makes them such dangerous enemies, and such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
You're mistaken if you think I will fall so easily. This isn't even my final form. Fighting is pure bliss, such sweet pleasure I will not suffer to end so soon. Well, do not Tell me that is all you have. I haven't even pressed my heal buttons yet. Arms grow heavy, my eyes dim. So long as my lifeblood flows, I will fight on. Yarg! What the hell is this thing? A meteor on me? Rude.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun!
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oronir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oronir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place.
You guys mind flirting somewhere else?
Forgive me, Brother Magnai, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
The sun is in good company. We we may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this, but if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
What? Don't tell me what to do. I'm gonna cast my dot on him. You're gonna like it. Every step you take, every move you make, I'm watching you. I'll fall. Ah. Press the button.
Ether, to me. Have at you.
What grace is this? Oh, he's in love with another one.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy.
Ugh.
It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Y'shtola, why?
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain. Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Damn.
Little?
Cold.
Little son! Little son! Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
We have wasted enough time here. Sirin awaits for word of our success.
not only to contend with Sadu, but Magni too. Such a fierce battle. Yeah, she ruined that guy's gear. Such a fierce battle that must have been. But here you stand, triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home. We will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. Cannot thank you enough, Serena. None of this would have been possible without you. I'm going to learn how to endure things. How exciting. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nama's power to use. The ether flows as planned. All that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Do you think this was just their Technicolored Christmas tree?
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Do not pretend to understand what you did, Y'shtola, but you did it. Thanks to you, and Fluffy of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. Lord Hien is expected. May I show you in? Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Azim steppe. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. Thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbors? Lord, all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat and may respond positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Suinosato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected, then. Well, there is naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses. For the time being at least, all of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. Took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? Anything sell? Nope. Maybe I'll try out these Yehukanite chokers of slaying. What are the odds that this thing will actually sell for 77,000? Is it with an L? Lihikinite? in on the 18th. Not super promising, I guess. Horde Blade. Sold today for twice, more than twice what it sold for before today. Which doesn't seem super tempting, but maybe. Visit Balmont. Oh. Balmont is where. I guess while I'm here, can I do 2 searches with one? I don't think so. That'd be a good thing to add. Search for vendor and Balmont. Buy that 1 gil roof. Okay. Why is my search not working again? Damn it. Hmm. Can't find it again. Oh yeah, there's a whole other file. Huh? This is entirely new stuff. No, that's not right. Listing ID is null here. Data each item. Table. Selection starting next and next. Oops, I just randomly had data exist in the void. Item. Why is listing ID? Data. So what's happening here? That. So each item in selections, which is data selections. Data analyzer selections. Each item in selections is supposed to have a listing ID. This selection, select map, item listing. Listing ID. What the hell? So long. Two. Wait. Yeah, frick. Thing. Listing ID. Okay, this will be happening here. Yeah, what's happening? No. Oops. Oops. What the heck? Oh, that's right. Oh, let's see. Select as. Let's see. Oops. Perhaps. Perhaps. So deleting things. I don't think I should. Oh, 2, 0. Okay. I think someone will buy a sunflower. There's a lot listed. Great sign. been 3 days since anyone did. Whatever. What's 4,000 deal between friends, you know? So, what? This one. These, but whatever. Better. Teacher of mind. So. Stack sizes. When I did this. Oops. Stack of 19 on accident. Where is the search function now? Queries happening. Search. Elements. That should only get done once. Oh. Yay. Can look into adding additional functions in future if I want. But for now, my current functions are working. Suppose I go to Alamigo. Y'shtola has told me all, and I duly told Uranger and Kryl. Kryl, in particular, was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Arnvald is here to assist with security, incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I expect. It's almost time. As soon as you are ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. Signs of the 7th Dawn. Welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chamber? Several cutscenes.
Mistress Lys.
Mistress Lys, Commander
Alden.
Alden. It gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours.
Pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all of Alamigans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And
We, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord
Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay,
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far, and 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the signs of the 7th Dawn have played in bringing all of us together.
In times
of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here. With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alice, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Ul'dah.
The
day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council.
I would
not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us. I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Till such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his work, as best I can. Come, friends, let us leave the past in the past, and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray tell us how things stand in the East.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the Bringers of Chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus' death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus' first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Whoa. Super echo.
That way. Sorrow. Histories
be changed.
A lot is happening. I don't understand.
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst?
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Dead.
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alisaie and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely?
Expansions!
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Lahabrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
Just tried to call Urianger on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Urianger. Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started. What? That's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. It was Urianger. You heard the voice too. Thanalan. As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there can be little doubt the Scions were targeted specifically. By someone who knows that Lys isn't a Scion anymore. By whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. Now I can endure things. Watch out, world. Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard that voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seer. But if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Right, let's be on our way. Ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-dum.
Urianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say, not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not.
Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to... The voice. It calleth to me once more.
I hear it too.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Rianger!
Throw wide the gates.
No! No, this can't be happening!
More of them are down.
Rianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. Happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any different. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber. But tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo? I'm afraid so, though, given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I'll send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and how it may be cured. Thus will we rouse them, no matter what. That we will, Hoary, that we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. I ask that you explain the situation to them. I must attend to a private matter. I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Lominsa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. As you probably guessed, it's Gabu we've come to see. The privateer will bring him out to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. After what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. Gabu? The flip is Gabu? Why would I guess that we're here to visit him? Oh, it's a...
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you.
Kind of remember.
We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
You don't have to bear this burden alone. You have this mute child that doesn't acknowledge your existence.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you.
I wasn't talking about me. I'm not interested.
Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Straight to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our most our own experts on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. Find a way to save everyone. Mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days, some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphinaud to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know. It's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The Founding Father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You of all people should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
but dead. Dead, all dead, but I see no wounds or any evidence of battle. Damn them. Finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Garabania. A gas. Black Rose, it was called. Breathe it is to breathe your last. That did this. Thought the project was abandoned, and its vile fruit destroyed, but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Fools, what do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Hey, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Ascians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ascians and put an end to their plot.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjury.
Try painting pictures near them.
And not me. Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Alphino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Kryl! I thought you busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Okay. Beep. I think I will pause here for tonight. I laugh over last night. Maybe some of my things will sell by time. So excited.